Hey there, everybody. It's Chief here. If you can hear me in the stream, give me a woo woo or a 5 by 5 or a thumbs up. Let me know. All right, good deal. Getting some indications there that you're reading me. Thanks for joining us for today's stream. Yeah, like I said, this is Chief back out here with another live stream at Starbase. What is going on today and why are we streaming? Well, we're trying to be ahead of the game instead of behind it, like we've been the past couple of times they've stacked and destacked. Got a little indication maybe that could be happening. The S2D arm moved away a few hours ago, so just wanted to be ready here and set up just in case they do a lift out of the blue. The past couple of times we've been a little late catching it, just a few minutes into it. You know, got a content for the majority of it, but just would rather be ahead of the game than behind it. So we're going to be setting up here and keeping an eye on this. If you did hear that big whoosh sound, that was a depress on the ship. If that's another indication that they depressurizing it and it may be getting ready to lift here soon, we'll be sitting here waiting on it.
Hey, Chief, how's it looking out there this morning?
I got to find the right buttons to push to talk to you. Hey, Lab. Yeah, looking a little windy out here today. Kind of breezy, but nothing that we haven't seen before when they've had either a stack or destack. Little chilly, so it actually feels like a Halloween. It actually felt good to have a Halloween evening where you actually needed to bundle up a little bit last night. But today is a little cool and a little breezy, but kind of clearing up at times. A little bit of clouds rolling in, looking back over across the water. Yeah, we may be getting quite a bit of clouds in the area. Doesn't look like any rain though, so yeah, we'll be standing by.
Yeah, it looked like I was checking out the weather, and it looked like we might see a little peek of the sun today later on in early afternoon. The wind should die down a little bit. We had some gusts up to 23 early this morning, about 7:15 at our tower. But yeah, man, I'm sure you're enjoying that cooler weather, not having to sweat every day.
Well, yeah, it's easier to get bundled up a little bit than when it's super hot out here. I can't get any more naked without risking jail time.
I hear you, man. You can only take so many clothes off, but you can always bundle up.
Yeah, I can feel the excitement in the group. I already got 200 plus people join on the stream just to see what would likely be, if they do it, stack number 5 for this duo. So I think people are feeling the excitement in the air that we may be getting closer and closer. I know the FAA had their announcement the other day that they've completed their, how they term it, not their assessment, but their evaluation for the safety aspect for IFT2, and just waiting for Fish and Wildlife to finish theirs.
So yeah, that's one thing that I am wondering. They said they completed it, but they didn't give the actual evaluation. So is there a possibility that the evaluation is going to be negative?
I didn't think of that. Yeah, just because they've completed it doesn't mean that they've agreed with all the actions. Yeah, That's
And
another little wrinkle.
they could possibly still have a few more check boxes, or added a few more check boxes to tick off.
Right. Until they actually give some kind of documentation. Yeah, that was just, we have completed it. Is just, yeah, all I remember saying in that announcement.
Well, today will give us a good indication. You know, we're gonna see if they do any stacking today. We can also keep an eye on any of the explosive bunkers and the FTSs being installed possibly. But yeah, there's a lot of rumors rolling around right now. Things are starting to get a little anxious out there.
Hey, rumors are what Starbase is, bread and butter. So it's what makes the world go around down here. Yeah, I do also just think it was curious that the SQD arm did swing away several hours ago. I don't know exactly when, if maybe someone in the chat has a little better idea, but it was quite a bit a while ago. So as I was driving in this morning, I was already assuming, oh, well, it's already going to stack. So I was kind of, surprised, but pleasantly surprised to see that it was still down. And, hopefully we'll be right here for it. Just a few minutes ago, I don't know if you saw it on the stream or heard it from R2 that the ship depressurized. So there was a loud whoosh, and you could see some, this depress happening on it. Is that typical for a lift? Do you remember seeing that before?
Well, yes, I believe they do have to depressurize it in order to get it off of its stand, although it has stayed connected to the chopsticks. So I actually wouldn't have thought that it was pressurized. You're talking about 25, right?
Right, correct. Yeah, sitting right here in front of me, I can see the actual venting, and you can hear it whooshing. Now I'm kind of looking a little bit closer at some things. The stabilization arms, the ones that go down the side, I can see here, maybe you can see it on the stream, that they're not connected. They're still out away from the body of the ship. So if it's getting ready, it's not quite too close at this point. Looks like that'll be another good indication to look out for.
Yeah, good eye on that. Being that it's not connected to those stabilization arms, it very well could have been pressurized on top of the stand down below while they had it sitting there waiting and possibly doing any checks on it after that last destack. But if they just depressurized it and they made that announcement, that is a pretty good indication that things may happen here sometime this afternoon.
You mean the FA announcement? Yeah, because I haven't heard any announcement here at the pad.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the restacking today. If they're depressing the ship that's on the stand right now, that's a pretty good indication that they may be getting ready to lift it up.
Right. That along with the SQD arm moving out of the way. I would, yeah. That's why I called you up and said, hey, let's get this going. Yeah, wanted to try to be ahead of it instead of the last couple of times, just getting it just as it's either starting to lift or starting to lift off. So yeah, we've been behind a couple of times. Hopefully we'll be, leaning in and getting ahead of the game for this one.
There's another big indication. I'm not sure if you've looked out yet or not. The indication that something big is going to happen that we've been talking about. When Starship Gazer shows up, stuff happens. Do you happen to see him out there getting ready for anything?
Well, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to fight him for this spot. So when I was driving up, I was like, oh, if he's there, I might have to crowd him just a little bit. But he's not in this area right here. I did just before I came out to the launch site, stopped at the production area just to get a few quick shots of some things, and didn't see him around there. But he's pretty sly and sneaky. There's times where I was like, oh, he's not out here, and then he's a magician. He suddenly pops up, so I'll be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, man. He always seems to know when it's happening, man. He's always got the good shots as well. Hopefully we see him out there today. If we see him out there today, then we know it's going to happen.
Yeah, like I've told you, I don't have any any heartburn against it. It's great, more power to him. But yeah, he's definitely in the right place at the right time, way more than I am. So a lot of people give me credit. Someone said one time that I must have a clone. I wish I was able to be at the right place at the right time. Half as much as he is. But yeah, I'll if I do see anything Gazer related, I'll let you know.
Right on. And for those of y'all that aren't familiar with Starship Gazer, he also has a YouTube channel. If you ever see him pop up, give him a follow. He does some good work out there.
All right. Something I like to do at the beginning of every stream, want to say hi to everyone out there. So drop me a comment. Let me know where you're from. I'd like to recognize everyone.
Yeah, as we all know, we have people from all around the world watching. This past weekend, we had Crowfest 4.0, and it was definitely a party to remember. We had people from all around the world over here as well. We had people from the UK, from China, and from all kinds of different states down here. So we appreciate you all that came down, and really too bad and sorry that some of y'all missed it. But we did have a live stream going on for those of y'all that want to go check out the party that hadn't checked it out yet. It is one of the videos that posted just this past weekend.
And it took a little while towards the end of the event, but we actually did get Lab out there dancing on the dance floor. So check out the whole stream. But if you want to see a sight to behold, it's around an hour before the stream is over. Kind of scroll through there, you'll see him on the dance floor. First with his wife, which was a great I already knew that would happen. She would get him out there and did a little dance, but he was out there on his own, jamming out. So yeah, check it out. There was people in the comments for that stream is like, if I could get them out there, they would contribute, some super chats. So I have to go back and see just how much we got for that.
Yeah, man, it was a good night, man. I was in rare form. It took a lot of Knob Creek to get me going, but I was out there getting jiggy with it.
Yeah, that Knob Creek has a lubricating effect. Yeah, it also seemed, I remember I was there last year, so this year seemed, both of them seemed like a great success, but it seemed like this year there was even a bigger crowd. And was it more than you were expecting?
Yeah, we had a little more than I thought was going to show up. We had a lot of extra locals come in. I made some rounds on the island, let some of our friends know about it, and it was really, really cool to see everybody joining together. A lot more locals than usual.
Right. And like you said, people from all over the world. Shout out to, I forget his name now, I'd have to go back and look, but came all the way from China. So we had a couple from the UK, or at least one from the UK. I don't know about a couple, but a couple from Canada. But the guy that showed up from China, that was a good surprise. All right, just looking back through some of the chats, some of the comments here. Let's see. Want to give a shout out to everyone that's joining us from anywhere and everywhere. Thanks every time you join us and participate in the stream just by hanging out. Definitely that helps us with the YouTube algorithm. But those that have commented where they're from, just want to say hi to. We got here Port Orange, Florida, Antwerp, Princeton, Texas, Kansas City, Missouri. All right, Gigi's there from Northwest Illinois. He was at CrowdFest. We got Portugal, DFW, Texas, Tijuana, Mexico. Okay, haven't seen many people from our neighbor right here, just almost a stone's throw away. Hey, there from Tijuana. Hey, Philadelphia, Italy, South Dakota, Bristol, UK, Sheffield, UK, and anyone and everyone else. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, also just want to see someone has already commented on it in the chat. The FPS, as far as what I can tell and seen, has not been not been included, not been dealt with. So no indications that has been installed. I think we'd get a lot more people definitely shouting out, and the community definitely going into an uproar if anyone had actually seen that. So that's going to be one of the big indications that we were, just days away. So nothing related to that so far. Just do see another nitrogen truck coming in for a delivery, and just keeping an eye out on the main pad entry. Haven't seen really any interesting activity that way either. Continuing on with some shout outs, because we got people coming in from Scotland, Merritt Island, Bryn Mawr, PA, Australia, from Germany or Port Orange, Florida, Corpus Christi just down the street, Edgewater, Florida, Portland, Oregon. Good deal. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for jumping on and commenting. All that helps helps us get out to more people.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of light behind those clouds trying to peek through. Hopefully that stuff will burn off a little bit, give us a little better view.
Yeah, a few gaps in the clouds, but looking back the direction that the clouds seem to be blowing, it's kind of really packed, dense clouds as far back as I can see. So if it keeps flowing this direction, yeah, I don't think we're going to get, not anytime soon, maybe this afternoon when it warms up some, hopefully, maybe some of that will burn off. But yeah, it's going to be a cloudy day, but you can see some of the stuff blowing around on the launch mount. It's a little breezy, but not too gusty. Nowhere near as it was the past couple of days. It was very, very windy out here. All right, just had a big group of employees walk by me. Look like they're about to head into the pad. They may have been cleared away from the pad earlier. Don't know if they just had a team meeting or if they were cleared from the pad for any specific reason, but a group of about 20 to 30 about to head in, so maybe an indication that we are not up for a lift, but we'll still keep an eye on it.
What's a possibility they got moved out for the depress earlier? You still hear any venting going on?
No, not after that big whoosh. It all seems pretty quiet that direction. And see someone asking about the klaxon. That used to be kind of my go-to indication, and trying to make it out there. At first it was like, if the klaxon sounded, I've got an hour to get there. Then they lifted it at about 30 minutes after the klaxon sounded. So I was like, okay, now I've got to be in place 30 minutes after the siren sounds, the sirens and the klaxons. And just sure enough, the next D-stack after that happened without any klaxon at all, without any pad announcement. So the klaxon, if it does sound, okay, I'll be listening for it, but yeah, I'm not going to count on that as my indication anymore.
I'll be keeping an eye on the camera for any movement. I'm going to need to go dark on the microphone for a little bit while I step into a meeting, and I'll check back in shortly.
Roger, I'll hold it down.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I see a question there about the temporary road closure last night. I believe it was from midnight to 2 a.m. I did not stick around or stay up to check that out. So if anyone knows if anything happened for during that intermittent closure, anything moved. I didn't see anything this morning when I checked some of my feeds, so if you did see anything or hear of anything else, let us know. I'm just looking at through the questions, see another one here about why no commentator. We do occasionally commentate throughout the stream. Try to keep the chatter fairly minimal, just to relevant events. I constantly scroll through there to see if there's any questions I can address. So we try to talk without trying to fill up all the dead time, especially when we have a stream for several hours. All right, I'll be right back. We do occasionally commentate. All right, sorry if we lost a little bit of connectivity there. I was talking earlier about not a lot of wind here, no gusts. We had a pretty strong gust here. It blew over the dish with the camera. So now we are kind of offset. I'm going to try to get Lab back on there real quick to adjust the camera. He's the one that can drive it, but yeah, may have lost some connectivity there while the dish was pointing at the ground. So I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, folks. The perils of doing a live stream. You know, sometimes things happen. Just right after lab, had to get off the comms to take a meeting. Then the camera blew over, so it looks like we're back in place now. So thanks for sticking around. Yep, may have occasional glitches like that, but we'll work through them. Yeah, with this shot here, you can see a really clear view of those control arms that stick down at the bottom of the chopsticks. Yeah, you see very clearly they're still out and away from the body of the ship. So that will be our next big clue if they're getting ready to do this stack, this lift. So keep an eye on that. If anyone sees that before I do in the stream, make sure you give a shout out. And for anyone that's joining us, some minor indications that there are possible lift today. Earlier in the day, the SQD arm swung away. So the last time that happened, it lifted within, I think, about a half an hour. So that happened earlier today, and when I was driving out here, kind of anticipated it already being up and in place before I got here, just because it takes me, you know, from the time that I saw it until the time I could get out here, I knew it was going to be about an hour, if not a little bit more. So I really didn't think that I'd be able to catch it, but I got here and it was still down and in place. So we set up for the stream just to kind of be ready. If it did happen, our next indication was a ship depress. That seems to be before a lift. It could be for a multitude of reasons, not just a lift. But those two indications, just wanted to be set up and ready and be ahead of the game just in case they do a full stack lift. Instead of the last few times that we've set up a stream, it's already while it's at least partially in the air. So it's not the first time we've sat and watched and been in place and just hung out and spent the time and day together. So yeah, and if nothing does happen, we'll keep an eye out on any deliveries that are happening at the launch pad, any deliveries here to the orbital tank farm, and anything else that seems to be going on. So if I see anything, I'll let you know. Yeah, and just reiterate, yeah, no indication of FTS involvement at this time. Nothing that I've seen offhand, and I don't think anyone else has been able to catch that. The community would be going wild if anyone has any knowledge or indication of that. So definitely, if I don't see it, or if any of the labs cameras don't see it, other ones that might have been in place, yeah, that would be once that happens, it'll spread through the community like wildfire. Hey, Mauser. Yeah, I see your question there. You know, my really one big indication that they may be doing a restack again today is the SQD arm moving out of the way. The last time that happened, the lift started within an hour of that. So just wanted to be ready and in place in case they do it again. Just tired of being late to the party once it's already in the air. So just trying to lean forward and be in the right place at the right time. And while we did set up the stream just to get in place, there was a big ship depress. So I think that's another fairly good indication. And now we're just waiting to see if those lower control arms on the chopsticks, see if those move into place. Just another indication we'll be looking out for. Time of being late to the party. It's already board. Yeah, I see someone mentioned the chines, that lower part of the cover coming off. That's, yeah, not quite sure what that's about. I've seen a couple of people mentioning that in their episodes and commenting on it. Just not sure if I really understand what that's all about. But still an indication that they are doing some work on the booster and on some of the systems here. So until they actually get that word from the Fish and Wildlife about their assessment being done and get the launch license back from the FAA, I think they feel that they've got some time to still look into some of these minor things that they may have been putting off till after the launch. Or still an indication that they are doing some work on the booster and on some of the systems here. So until they actually get that word from the Fish and Wildlife about their assessment being done and get the launch license back from the FAA, they feel that they've got some time still looking at some of these minor things that they may. Hey there, EW. While I do like me some Kansas City Chiefs, I doubt very seriously they took their name after me, and I did not take my name after them. I'm a retired Chief Warrant Officer, and for the last 12 years of my 24 years in the Army, I went by the nickname Chief. That's what all warrant officers typically go by. And once I retired, then I just kind of held on to that, and been retired for almost 10 years now. So it's been quite a while that I've kept that nickname, and if you called me by my actual name, I probably wouldn't turn around. I doubt very seriously they took their name after me, and I did not take my name after them. Right. Several people commenting on the sounds that we're hearing. The cables that attach or that lift the quick disconnect arm. Yeah, they tend to blow around and clang together, have a very unique metallic sound. It is fairly windy out here today. Nowhere near as windy it has been the past couple of days. We still have a good amount of wind. I thought it would be fairly minimal, but there has been a couple of big gusts. One blew over the dish and the camera just a few minutes ago, so put some more weight on it, get it weighed down, put it in place a little bit more secure, so hopefully we don't have that situation again. But yeah, just listening to that weird metallic sound from those cables, you can tell it is pretty windy today. see a question here from Memorjano asking, could they not arm the FTS using the ship QD and the platform? No, that's not an option. Where they place the FTS charges is more towards the center of the ship. So you've got to remember the ship is 50 meters tall, so the quick disconnect is at the very bottom of the ship, so that would be several meters up that they wouldn't be able to have access to from the ship QD arm in order to do that. So it has to be done via a man lift, and from my understanding, they don't have a man lift. Once it's fully stacked, they don't have a man lift that can reach up quite that high. So any FTS involvement would have to be with the ship destacked as it is now. Like I said, we haven't seen that. No indication of that. Definitely something we'll be on the lookout for, but just in place today because we're thinking maybe there's a possibility that it may stack again for the 5th time. Just want to be ready for that, and if nothing else, come on and say hi to everyone. Talk about the great time that we had at Crowfest 4 this past weekend. We had 3 great nights of activities. On Friday, we were going to have a beach cleanup as well. They had a rollout of Ship 26 back to the Rocket Garden about the same time, so we didn't want to kind of compete with that and get caught behind that. So we kind of postponed the beach cleanup, didn't get around to that, but quite a few people that were here for Crowfest, the Nurdle, were right in front of the launch pad entrance. Just as the ship came back, they just moved us back a few feet. Typically, they kind of move us back several meters to give plenty of room, but we were just a few feet away as Ship 26 moved out of the launch pad and down Highway 4. So that was great to see. So many odd look on faces that were grouped here and coming in for Crowfest 4. It's they got to see something really cool. Quite a few of them also did a helicopter flight with the Red Line tours that we have here, so they were able to see views that I still haven't got to. So it's something I plan on being able to do pretty soon. Hopefully I'll be able to bring that to everybody. But yeah, the people that came for Crowfest had got to see quite some awesome views, so that was all great to see. And I see a question here from DS asking me to speculate on some of the new cables we're seeing hanging off the OLM legs. Until I have a little, at least what I like to call a swag, a scientific wild-ass guess that at least has a little bit of basis of understanding. I try not to speculate too much. We that's one reason why we call it Crowfest, is because we eat a lot of crow, because a lot of times when we do speculate, typically wrong. And I understand that, and if I had a good guess that I could base my speculation on, I'd try to give that to you. But yeah, I'm totally clueless on what those possibly could be, so I don't even want to try to give any speculation on that. Yeah, and as far as a best guess on a launch date, I'd probably have more luck playing the lottery. So that's one thing I don't want to even try to guess at right now either. And see Marcus Burke talking about the steps on the side, and there's an elevator inside. You're correct. That's something I would guess at is probably a safety consideration, just in case the elevator is ever incapable of bringing people down. They have a way for an emergency exit, and can't always count on the elevator or boom lifts to be available to help people up or down. So I would assume that was probably one of the mitigation steps for the FAA to provide on the tower before they'd actually give them the license. I would say that's definitely a safety consideration. But as far as the launch date, one thing I did want to say is, there are some windows that we see that no sooner than, the 6th is one of them, based on I think the NOMAR. But I will be out of town next week, so I feel comfortable enough to go out of town to Colorado Springs to see my new grandson and be back on the 11th. So I feel comfortable enough to be away from here during that period of time. And I hope that's one thing I won't have to eat crow and watch the launch from there. But I feel comfortable enough to be out of town for next week and be back in time for the launch. I'm still crossing my fingers, but that's some dice I'm willing to roll because I don't think it will happen before I get back. All right, great to see so many people still hanging out on the stream with us. Want to say hi to Mike Smith, who member for 35 months, saying we are almost there, soon, soon, soon. Yeah, I feel you, Mike. I think everyone's right there with you. Thanks for being a member. As people may know, I'm a longtime San Antonio resident, moved down here from San Antonio, and a big-time San Antonio Spurs fan. I've had Spurs season tickets for the past 8 years, as a matter of fact, so can't wait to get back there and catch some of the games. The big draw is the #1 overall pick, Victor Wembanyama, which had a great game last night. Anyone see that game with a 20-point comeback on the last second win? That was awesome. Yeah, we have a little bit of clearing in the sky, a little break in the clouds. But just looking back the direction that the clouds seem to be coming from, quite a dense cloud bank. So I think this is just temporary. Warming up just a little bit, so maybe that'll start burning off here shortly. But I think we're going to be hitting the clouds on and off today. It's just the wind doesn't seem to be dying down, so maybe that's what's holding up this lift. Maybe that's what they're waiting for is, a break in the wind more than anything. So just speculation, just totally just wondering and hoping maybe we see some activity like that. Yeah, see some comment there. Yeah, we're back in the old spot where R2 used to be, Rover 2 used to be set up. Big shout out to Lab for giving me this capability of being able to drop this PTZ camera in just about anywhere along the launch area and down Highway 4, just depending on what we see. We go live at any time with just a few minutes setup. So big shout out to him for giving me this opportunity and this ability to bring this to you. That way he didn't have to try to move that truck and leave it in place and then try to move it again the next day. I can have this set up in just a few minutes. If we ever see anything else worthwhile anywhere else going on in the area, yeah, just make sure you let us know. If there's nothing going on at the current location, I could jump ship, be able to set up probably within 15 minutes and get it back live for you. Space Ranger asking about DoorDash out here. I've never tried it. I'm not sure if they would deliver anything this far. Not something that I know of anyone that's ever tried it. I know of people that have Ubered out here and sat and waited for like 45 minutes for an Uber to show up for them. But I'm not sure if DoorDash would make that trip.
could go somewhere where the sun shines, but if the clouds are going to keep that from happening.
All right, Space Ranger 6, thanks for that $5 super chat, saying contribution to hot coffee for the next windy trip to the launch site. Chief loves coffee. In general, you're right. I'm probably one of the rare exceptions, but I'll find a way to put that to use. Maybe, you know, my caffeine of choice is soda, Coke, so I'll go ahead and put it to that then. Thanks for that super chat. Hey, Flipper, I said soda, and then I corrected myself. Actually, I said Coke. You know, soda is probably any beverage, but yeah, I'm definitely more of a Coca-Cola fan. I will have some whatever's handy, but yeah, if I have my way about it, it'll probably be a Coke. Just eyeballing around the rest of the launch pad, trying to see anything else going on. Other than a couple of deliveries here at the orbital tank farm, seems really, really quiet. The past couple of days with this weather that's rolled in, it's been eerily quiet. I'm kind of assuming that it was kind of weather related, kind of slowing down some of the activities, but it could be just that they're at the point where there's not a whole lot else going on while they're waiting for the final launch approval license from the FAA, and that's kind of based on the Fish and Wildlife Service at this point, from what we understand. Looking back down at the far end of the launch pad where they're putting in those forms for the new wall, it looks like the forms have kind of been in place for a little bit. Don't see any concrete trucks down there doing any pouring, so that kind of seems, at least on a temporary hold, maybe for this weather. Not much activity back that way. Haven't seen anything coming in and out of the launch pad entrance that we typically see. That's usually a very busy location, which is very minimal activity. us along down the way. They've been doing some sweeping and cleanup, but yeah, the wind is just blowing more dust and dirt in, so they're just fighting a losing battle on that one. All right, we have the klaxon sounding, so we may be in store for something happening here. I do hear the klaxon giving the pad announcement to clear the pad area. Just in time for that pad announcement, we got Gray Rocker starting us off with a $5 super chat, saying choo choo, let's get this donation train rolling. Appreciate you, Gray Rocker. It's great seeing you out there for Crowfest and all the Nerdle events. If people are unfamiliar, we have a daily goal, contribution goal that we try to meet. You see that being tracked in the lower right-hand corner of the stream there. Of course, any donation is super appreciated. That helps keep the stream going, helps keep me as part of the team. It does take quite a bit of effort, energy, and equipment to keep this going. So any and all donations are appreciated, but of course you don't have to donate. Just being part of the stream, participating helps the YouTube algorithm know that we're appreciated and gets us hopefully out to a wider audience. But along with those contribution goal, if we do meet the goal, we will have a giveaway for a piece of Starship tile. And that'll be to a random person, so you don't have to donate in order to be eligible for that. But once we don't do that giveaway until we reach the goal. So once we reach the goal, we'll make the announcement, and we'll make sure that everyone drops a message or a chat within the chat, so that the Nightbot can put them into the group of people that they'll choose for random. And we've had streams where we'll be giving away, I think, 6, because what we do is once we reach the goal, then we'll be on the lookout that we get 50% over. We'll do another giveaway, and if we go 50% over that, we'll do another giveaway, and so forth until we make it to the end of the stream. And we had one not too long ago where we actually give away 6 in the stream. So all that support is appreciated. Like I said, it's not mandatory, and you don't have to be contributing in order to be eligible, but just be on the lookout. So once we do meet that daily goal, we'll do that giveaway. right, so yeah, once we've got this klaxon sounding, I'm just wondering now how soon we might see the lift after that. I've seen it at different times. It's been well over an hour after the klaxon sounded. We've seen activity all the way up to around a 30-minute mark. I think I've seen it any sooner. Like I said, there's been a lift where they have had absolutely no klaxon sounding. And then I think that was when it came off. I've started to lose track since we're already on lift number 5 at this point. But one of the recent ones, there was no klaxon sounding at all. I think it was when it came off. And just was on the lookout for any possible activity. Next thing you know, it's moving. So at least we got some indication now that we're in the right place at the right time. So just waiting for those lower stabilization arms on the chopsticks to try to see if those move in, and then we'll know we'll be, just a few minutes away. So we're keeping an eye out on that. And of course, just as a reminder, the klaxon sounding for the pad clear could be for other reasons other than the lift too. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to lift, but a few of the things that we've seen are kind of pointing that direction. But we'll see what this is actually a result of. Doesn't have to be for the lift though. All right, Perpetual Nerd, see you there, buddy, with the $5 super chat, saying, whoop, stack time with buckets of popcorn. All right, it is about time to get the popcorn ready. I think we're going to see some activity soon. I see Labs driving the camera there and getting a good view of those stabilization arms down at the bottom of the chopsticks. Still haven't moved in to connect, so we'll be on the lookout for that. That should be another good indication. I am a little surprised that they did sound the klaxon without those already moving in place, so that's why I kind of had to comment just a few minutes ago that them sounding this alert and declare the pad alarm doesn't necessarily mean it's for a stack. It could be for something else that we just don't really know about. Just based on seeing those stabilization arms haven't moved in yet. That could be any second though. So more guessing and usually being wrong on my part. So we'll see what happens. All right, Broken Buckets. Saying hi, Chief, with the $10 super chat. Hey there, Broken Buckets. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Getting us another step closer to that daily goal and someone getting a piece of Starship time. Yeah, I see someone saying there, yeah, this is just a klaxon test, just proving to the Fish and Wildlife, I guess, that the pad alert announcement works. I think we have plenty of other examples of that working, but who knows? They might want to be actually on hand for one. Stranger things have happened. This could very well be just kind of a check the box. Hoping not. Hoping we're in the right place at the right time. Get here early for this full stack, but it's very within the realm of possibilities. So I can't discount that. Can't absolutely say no. It's another possibility. All right, so we've had the class and announcement alert going for several minutes now. Still no movement on the stabilization arms at the bottom of the chopsticks there. So give me a shout out in the chat. Who out there thinks that this is going to actually lift today and restack, or if this is just part of the process, or maybe some other testing going on. Also want to give a quick shout out to Crow Guy with a €12 super chat saying Welders Fund for broken buckets get well soon. Crow Guy, that's much appreciated. I'm sure that our rusty buckets will appreciate that sentiment as well. Thanks a lot. RC Horseman, I do tend to agree with you. If this goes up again, it'll just be for it to come back down again, hopefully here in a few days. But that's, I kind of have confidence that whatever they're doing, they're getting some good information, some good data out of it, that they're not just doing it randomly. They're doing it for a reason. So hopefully if they do this restack, it's for a good purpose. And they get whatever information and data from it. So when it does come back off, that'll hopefully be the last time it comes off. Add the FTS to it, put it back, and send it off into space. Maybe I'm overly optimistic, but we wouldn't have 400 plus people sitting for hours on the stream with us if they weren't optimistic as well, right? Good spot. Safety, or here we go. Space Ranger 6, spotting the arms, the stabilization arms at the bottom of the stop 6 are moving in. So I think we are in store for a lift today. Like I said, it's a little windy, but it seems like this is about the kind of wind that they've lifted or restacked in the past, so it's not beyond their capabilities. So arms have moved in. Let's keep an eye for any movement now.
Hey, Chief, jumping back in real quick. I see that they do have those arms pulling in now and getting ready to hoist that thing back up. We should start hearing the lack of the whipping of those cables here pretty soon, indicating that the tension has increased, as it is here in the chat as well. I wanted to ask everybody, including you, I think we may have mentioned it and asked before, what are the chances? What do y'all think? Do y'all believe that we will see another static fire from Booster 9 before IFT2 to make sure that all engines are a go? I'm going to go ahead and drop a poll in the chat. Let's see what y'all have to say.
Well, I immediately voted yes. It seems to make sense to me. Whenever they have a Starship launch, they do a static fire just prior to the launch. So I would lean the same way towards this. Once they get this fully stacked and ready to go, get it a good static fire under your belts, get as much data from it as you can, prove that you're ready to go, and then just shortly after that, do the real thing. So I tend to vote yes for that. All right, for everyone assembled, at this time, I don't have access to move the PTZ camera. So, Lab, I think there was someone trying to see if you could zoom in on that right stabilization arm, and as we watch it move into place. Maybe soon I'll get the keys to drive, but just don't have them yet.
Yeah, Chief, we'll get you those later on this afternoon. Going to get you an app installed on your phone if you don't have a laptop with you. And we'll get you situated with that so you can drive when I'm not available. As far as that static fire question, yeah, I'm leaning to think that I should say we should see one. I would think they would, but, in the realms of Elon and his time framing and stuff, I'm not sure if he's thinking that everything is a go after the last. I think he indicated that with those two that misfired, that's still plenty to get to orbit. I don't recall, of course, did they do a static fire with it fully stacked?
I'm not really 100% sure myself. I don't think so. But yeah, it's hard for me to remember as well. Just being down here so many times, everything tends to blend together, so I can't really remember.
Yeah, they do have a lot to offer us in the way of eye candy, kind of sensory overload. Hard to remember everything that we see.
Andrew Lester is commenting that the never static fire to full stack, and I would give him, very much all the credence that I can. So if he says it, I'll go with that. Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, the Nerdle seems to have a lot better memory than I do when it comes to these details. So far, it seems that the majority seem to think that there will not be a static fire. Of course, we'll leave this poll going throughout the day, see where it ends up towards the end of the stream. And I'm sure you already gave kudos to these people already, but I'll go ahead and reiterate the special thanks and shout out to Space Ranger, Gray Rocker, Perpetual Nerd, Broken Buckets, and Crow Guy. Appreciate everything that y'all do for us and all your contributions and extended support. You guys rock out there. Of course, we do have a little bit of a camera shake due to the wind out there, so I'm going to pull back just a bit as we continue to wait.
Yeah, I put the camera in the dish on a little exposed hill just behind my truck here. So yeah, it's probably exposed to the wind a little more than normal, but I wanted to make sure we had a good connection and just not really thinking about how the wind might affect it.
Really didn't think it was that windy out there, but I guess right there in the wide open, it's a little different than here in town. And Gigi is in the house with another $3 super chat, bringing us up to a $40 level.
When it destacked the last time, one of the indications, or at least the biggest clue that I had, it was starting to move when it's almost an immediate groan. Don't think we could get that when it's on the way up, but I'll be on the listening out for that. But yeah, the last time when it destacked, yeah, as soon as I heard a little bit of creaking, groaning sound, you just see it moving. So hopefully I'll get something like that today, but for some reason, if I remember right, on the way up, it doesn't have nearly as much noise that it makes.
Yeah, you ought to hear that whipping of the cables dissipate as soon as the tension rolls up on those cables. And that's when you'll know that things are about to lift.
All right, I'll try to see if I can pick up on that. I still hear him chirping at the moment.
And special booming shout out to Peter Lirack, one of our high-end Patreon members, just threw in $100 to the Venmo account. Rock on, Peter, man. So appreciative of your long-time extended support.
And that's awesome to hear. Thanks for that, Peter. And since you did bring that up, I just want to mention to people that is probably one of the better ways to help support the channel, help support Lab and what he does, and be able to keep me a part of the team. That way, all that, or at least a higher percentage of that, goes directly to him rather than the super chats. I love seeing people in there, and I try to address questions, not just the super chat questions, but unfortunately, YouTube takes 30% of those donations. So even though we like to see it and everyone likes to contribute that way, a fairly sizable chunk of that goes outside of the actual effort. So I think you have Venmo, Cash. What else? What else do you have available that if people are able to want to give direct to you, Glenn?
Yeah, we have Venmo, which is at LabPadre. We have Cash App, $ LabPadre. And we also have PayPal at LabPadre. Of course, it's always cool to see your special chat pop up with your name and big bold letters on YouTube, which is always cool also. But YouTube, as you said, they take more than the tax man. So that's a doozy, but it's all right. We appreciate all the donations that come in to help us keeping these streams going, keep our cameras and other vehicle maintenance going, and also puts food and drink in our mouth. I also see a new member just rolling in, Jody Matkowski. Welcome to LabPadre Live. Appreciate you joining us and giving us your extended support. I also see our Gator Cam operator, Caleb, in the house. Howdy, Caleb. Good to see you here on the chat today. Also, for those of you all who are sneaking a peek at the live stream today and are at work and possibly have the audio turned down, if you're looking for signs of the lift to start, you can also see the cables right behind the Starship. They will probably stop swaying as soon as the tension is applied, so keep an eye out for that as well. And we also have Grid Fire in the house with 10 pounds, 10 euro, whichever it is. Go for tiles. Thanks, Grid Fire. And with that, it looks like the time is now at hand for another giveaway. So y'all just give me a few minutes and we'll get that going here.
All right, good deal. Another tile giveaway. As I mentioned earlier, the Nightbot chooses a random person within the chat. So you got a few minutes while Lab takes a look at this. Go ahead and drop it a chat. You got to be within, I think, the last 30 minutes to be eligible for
15,
the Nightbot.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. So if you just to be on the safe side, go ahead and drop a chat in there. If it's just a dot, just to say hi or whatever, just so that you'll be eligible for this giveaway.
All right, so Nightbot is starting to calculate everybody in the chat that is active.
All right, while we're waiting for that, I saw an earlier question, why the restack? Don't really know. Don't have any indication about why it was destacked the last time or why it needs to be restacked this time. We know it's going to have to be off of the booster in order for the FTS to be applied. So if it does stack today, we know it's going to come down at least one more time. This is already going to be stack number 5, so we'll be hopefully here in position for destack number 5.
Yeah, these chopsticks are really putting a workout this past few weeks here, and the only thing that I could think of as far as why the destack happened, the only thing I can really think of is that after every stack in test, especially after this full load test, for full propellant load test, that is, they need to double check the stage separation mechanisms and the hot stage ring to make sure that everything is good to go. This is all prototype and research and development, so I'm sure that SpaceX wants to make sure that everything is up to par and just right for this next launch. They want it to be as much of a success as it can be, although usually every test is a success, as we all call it here in Nerdle, because all data is good data. We learn from our mistakes, and that's what makes SpaceX such a success. I mean, look how far they've come and how much they've superseded just about every other space agency in the world right now. I mean, hell, the U.S. government is relying on SpaceX to get their military satellites and other deals in orbit.
Yep, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. I mentioned it earlier that whatever the reason for these destacks and restacks, I'm sure they have a purpose behind it, and they're getting good information from it. Even though it's oblivious to us, but I have full confidence that they've got reasoning behind it.
And as I've always said, I'm not a huge fan of the rushing of this. As much as I would love to see this thing launch, and y'all are ready to see this thing launch, it's good to just play it safe, make sure that all the ducks are in a row, and we do this just right to keep all the haters from hating.
Yeah, I really think we kind of got a little spoiled during the suborbital campaign, just seeing how many starships were launching fairly quickly, especially in relation, like you said, to other agencies. 5 launches in, what, about a 6-month period or so, 7-month period? Way more than established launch companies can do, and this was a prototype system. So I think we got a little spoiled seeing that happen. So when it came time for the the orbital campaign, we kind of thought it would be along those same lines. So, yeah, we're a little antsy and kind of expect things to roll just that fast, but it is amazing to see how far we've come in such a short time.
And we're going to give it about another 4 or 5 minutes. We have 52 eligible people in the chat right now for the drawing. So make sure if you haven't chatted within the past 10 minutes, make sure you throw us a thumbs up or a hello or where you're from or something, just to make sure that you're in the running. Got about another 4 or 5 minutes to go.
Right, you know, I know not everybody that's currently on the stream is actively watching, but we got 500 people that are watching the stream. So if you can hear this, make sure you give a chat down there so you'll be eligible for this giveaway. So that's only 52 people out of 500 watching that get a chance for this Starship time.
And of course, you know, we have our system set up to where only people that are subscribed can chat. So if you have trouble logging into chat, make sure that you subscribe and like the channel. I believe YouTube also makes you create a YouTube channel, which you don't have to, you know, create any videos or anything, but you actually have to create a channel in order to chat in the room here. But yeah, it's a big ratio there. We're up to 70 now, but over 500 people in the room. So
okay, I didn't realize there was all that extra overhead that people had to go through just to be able to chat. I didn't realize that.
Well, you know, we keep it. We try to keep the chat clean with subscribers only, because when you open it up to the complete public, you get a lot of trolls that come in, and chances are, if you're subscribed to our channel, you're not going to troll too much. But we do get the occasional troll, which it's all right, you know.
All right, just off camera, I see a drone in the air. Just sorry to interrupt you there, but I do see a drone moving in that area. The cables are still wobbling quite a bit, and still hear them chirping a little. And I can't really tell. Doesn't look like it's come up any at this point. But yeah, drone is moving in.
Yeah, I see the drone moving around. They're probably checking those stabilizer arms. I do see the cable still swaying quite a bit, so not quite ready, but drone operations are also another good indication that things are getting close. We're up to 91 eligible chat members now, so we got about 2 more minutes to go here, and Nightbot's gonna take care of business. Also, I see one that I may have missed, Stephen Lowe. Welcome to LabPadre Gold. Appreciate you joining our membership here on YouTube. Thank you for your extended support, Stephen.
So one of the tricks I have kind of come to rely on when I'm down here trying to see if there's any movement going on, because it happens, it seems slowly, but we're talking about something that's so huge, unless you're really paying attention. What I do is I try to find a reference point. So if you look at that left chopstick arm and you see it's kind of over the booster, and the two tips of it kind of line up with the horizontal lines on the booster. So I keep an eye on that, and that way if any small movement happens, then I can kind of see that moving along those lines. So that's a little trick that I use out here to try to We can tell as soon as we get any movement in them.
All right, guys, we have 99 people ready to go, eligible for the next giveaway. Who will be the next owner of the piece of heat shield tile from S24's inaugurated launch? Nightbot, let's do your business in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, congratulations, Andre Lonsku. You are the next winner here on LabPadre Space Giveaway.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Yeah, make sure, Andre. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, and if it's Andrea or Andrea. I'm sorry about that. He's also a channel member of ours. Appreciate your extended support. So yeah, make sure you get with us on Discord or Twitter and get us your information, and we will get you that prize shipped out right away.
All right, looks like we are getting some upward movement here. Like I said, I kind of look for a reference point, and you can see it moving up along those lines on the booster.
Wow, and surprisingly, we still see a little bit of slack on those cables, which is kind of interesting. Can you tell if the clapping of them has stopped?
All right, the bottom of the ship is just starting to come in view here. Yeah, I think it's odd that even though this is in the air and moving, you still got the klaxon pad alert still going. So, not sure at what point they actually remember or decide to turn that off.
Yeah, it's probably just a warning to let everybody know in the vicinity. Watch yourself. Things are happening.
Now we got the sun starting to peek out through some clouds, so maybe this is a good omen for everything else to come.
Sure, everybody wants to see up that skirt here right now, so let's go ahead and take a quick peek. Although we all know what's underneath there.
I'm just sitting here thinking how many times I've seen this in the air now. Probably close to 10 times, if not more. And every single time, just, man, I just sit there and think, wow, it's pretty freaking amazing.
And it looks like it's just about reached its peak, and we should start seeing it swing over here in just a moment.
Yeah, that drone operator is probably earning his money today fighting against the winds that are out here. It's really awesome to see that they went ahead, even with the kind of upper level winds that we're seeing. Thought it might be on a little high side, but yeah, they feel confident enough, done this enough times, they gonna get this stack in place and do what other testing we need to get done here.
Yeah, it is something else how these drones work in this weather. Drone technology has come along so far in the past few years. And, believe it or not, I mean, Starship and Super Heavy are pretty much a drone within themselves, the way they take automation once they get up in the air, and computers just pretty much fly that thing. And same with bringing it back down. The way we saw Starship land a few years ago, that's straight up massive drone technology.
Well, Lab, now that we see this getting in place for another full stack, that begs the next question. What's the next step we should be looking for? I know you got the questionnaire up about if they're going to be a static fire with a full stack. Is that something you think we're going to be in store for here soon?
You know, it's really hard to say. You know, we have an option of another static fire. We have an option of another full wet dress rehearsal. You know, without any info, you know, Elon usually gives us some info on Twitter, but he's been pretty quiet about the testing lately. So it's really hard to say. I'm gonna say well, no, we can't. Well, we've been told here by the Nerdle that we haven't had a static fire with the full stack, so that's going to be out of the picture, I think, unless we see one after they destack again before the FTS installation. I say we're going to see another wet dress rehearsal.
All right, but you know, there's always got to be a first for that first time that they do a static fire with a full stack. I still think that is what they probably should do, just for the fact that they do that with the Falcon 9s. Before they launch those, they do a a full up static fire with, if I'm right, with the payload on it, if I remember correctly. So I think that they would do the same thing with this one.
Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we'll see one. Never say never. I haven't had the audio up. Or did you hear any of the groaning as it was going up?
Very minimally. Did hear a little bit of creaking and groaning, but nowhere near amount than when it comes down. So I thought at one point in time, maybe because the carriage that goes up and down the launch tower, for some reason I thought maybe there was some brakes on there, so when it comes down, those brakes are kind of holding it and it kind of creaks and groans. But someone said there isn't any brakes on it. So not quite sure why we get so much groaning with it being destacked and coming down versus when it goes up. I did hear a little, but nowhere near as much as when it's coming down.
Very interesting. Very peculiar.
Yeah, as people have noticed, once they got to the peak of the lift, it's kind of paused and not really translating over. So we've kind of seen that at other times. Not quite this long, it seems like, but there's certain points where they pause, and there's a lot of things they could be checking and doing, maybe even posing for pictures, just not sure.
Hey, Chief, I forgot to ask earlier, when that wind grabbed a hold of that dish, anything happened to the yin-yang cam? Everything look all right? No nicks or dings?
No, Yang Yang is good to go. Luckily, it was I'd set it up on a little bit of a berm of sand here, and so it just went face down in the sand. So I just had to dust it off real quick.
Right on.
Yeah, it seems super gusty winds here at the moment. Speaking of that, someone in the chat maybe mentioned that they're getting some good information and good data about how this behaves during a higher wind situation, which is totally within the realm of possibilities as well. But it's a good indication that I don't really see much movement on it, no matter, the high winds down here.
And all in all, these winds are pretty typical, especially of this time of year. Once fall rolls around, the end of the summer, we start to get steady winds coming from the north. So it's really not anything out of the ordinary that SpaceX has seen before down here. As a matter of fact, a lot of our north cold fronts are stronger than some of our hurricanes that we've had down here. Our little Gulf weather.
You know, not to jinx anything, hopefully, but when's the last time a hurricane hit this area?
Our last major hurricane was 2008, July 25th, I think. 2008 was Hurricane Dolly, and it was not like atrocious, but it stalled right over the island and just battered us for like 6 or more hours. I mean, it lasted so long. I took a nap and woke back up, still going. Knocked out the power here for, I believe, six or 7 days. Kind of got to feel how it feels like to be a refugee getting in line to get water and ice from the National Guard. Yeah, it was something else. That was my first major hurricane that I went through, other than some other big storms that came off the Gulf that were just right under hurricane status. Also,
so you decided to ride it out at home?
Oh yeah, I always ride them out. I don't ever leave. My wife would really want us to leave, but I have to stay in town for business purposes. A lot of businesses rely on my services right after power outages and big storms like that. You know, one weird thing is I believe it was in March or April of 2020. I can't remember. It might have been late 2019 or mid 2019. But we had some straight line winds come through from the west and knocked down over 40 telephone poles. They were like dominoes, just all knocked down, and we were out of power for, it seemed like, more than a week. And it took the electrical services a long time to get those telephone poles put back in order. Of course, they replaced them all with super tall metal poles now instead of the wooden poles. And oddly enough, the poles most of them didn't actually break. They just pulled out of the ground and all toppled over. I have some aerial shots that show them all in a domino effect right down the boulevard. Pretty wild.
Yep, seems to still be in place. Doesn't look like it's moved over any, from my perspective. Not quite, if you can tell from the stream. I want to give a shout out to Friday Ray with $5 super chat saying, well, that's a sight. It is. It was something I was kind of wondering if that was going to happen today. Luckily we got in place for it. Thanks a lot for that money there. Appreciate it, Friday Ray.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Friday. So glad you made it down this past weekend. It was a pleasure and an honor to meet you.
All right, some good perspective there from Phil Kid, letting us know some information he got about any potential static fires. So it doesn't look like they'd be able to do a static fire and be able to launch, as quickly. So good information there from Phil Kid. Appreciate it. Okay, I didn't even realize it, but the klaxon finally stopped. I'm not sure at one point. After it goes for so long, I really just tuned it out. But it seems like it's been off for a few minutes. I just didn't even realize it. Also want to shout out to a couple more super chats that's come in from, see, $5 here from Tom Palmero. Thank you, Tom. And right behind them, we got Todd Bernal with $5 super chat saying thanks again for everything during Crowfest Lab. My daughter still can't stop talking about how great everyone and everything was. You all rock. Super, super awesome to hear, Todd. Thanks for that.
It was a pleasure to meet you all, Todd. Glad we were able to make her weekend.
Okay, unless it's the clouds moving behind it to storm me off, it looks like we may have some movement. You see the drone up there taking a good look. But it may be just the clouds moving. I thought I see some movement there. I did want to say thanks again also to Robert Dipple with a $5 Canadian super chat. Saying partay. That was a super fun party that we had this weekend. Can't wait till we have another one. And thanks for that, Robert. We'll make sure that gets added to the party fund. Yeah, I'm definitely now seeing it move over in relation to the ship QD arm. You can see, yeah, some small movement. So going in for the stack now.
And of course, as much as we wanted the sun to come out, now it looks like it's going to be right in our eyes.
And just a little perspective, remember everyone, this is all happening 200 plus feet in the air. It's easy to lose that view of it, that overview, and how in relation to this, just how big this is and how high up all this happens.
Yeah, with these cameras, you lose perspective of exactly how big this thing is and how far up things are being done.
All right, it's great to see. We are up over 700 people watching the stream. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Our poll has over 740 votes. Make sure you drop your guess there about when we'll see, or will we see another Booster 9 static fire test. Thanks again. That's everyone that's chatted, hung out with us, those that's contributed. We've already given away one piece of Starship tile once we reached our daily goal. If we hit that 50% over mark, we'll give away another one. All right, I think I was looking away there for a minute. Did the ship QD arm swing in? Or has that been in that location there for a minute and I just hadn't noticed it?
think it's moved yet, Chief. Looks to be about the same.
I see Friday Ray there in the chat, still reliving the Crow Fest from the other night, thinking about the Warm Oranges and some of the great songs they had. I think that song, the Boca Chica song, will be stuck in a lot of people's head for the next few days.
Yes, sir. I've been humming that tune and whistling that tune for a few days now.
Someone asking us for to play it for them. I don't think we could play it. I'm pretty sure that's that band's. So it's one of their individual songs, not a cover of something like they were doing for most of the night. But who knows? Maybe if we could get Lab some Knob Hill. You know, he was dancing after he had a few. Maybe we could get him some for this live stream, and he'll sing it for us here in a little while.
Fat chance.
I figured I'd ask. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Maybe after a few Knobs Hill, I don't know. Icon Lab. That's oh, never mind. Well, let's see. Over several of the streams, I've seen people asking about that heart emoji icon thing on the lower right. If there's a way to get rid of that, I thought it was gone for a second, but it's back. Is that something that you have any control over?
Yeah, that's that heart icon. I'm not sure if I have control of that or not. I'll have to look into that. That's just seems like it's an option for people to show their support here in the chat. I see it happen quite a bit, so I think a lot of people like to use it.
I think it's just in a very bad location because it blocks when someone chats, you really can't read it until there's another chat and it moves up into the chat queue.
I don't see it right now. I only see it fly up whenever somebody hits it, I guess. Let me look into that real quick. Let's see, Friday Ray again with another $5 bill. Knob Hill for you know who. Knob Creek.
Okay, I think that was my fault. I think I called it Knob Hill. I'm not an aficionado of good whiskey like that, so yeah, my bad.
I'm gonna have to invite you over one night and turn you out. And the Rayman back at it again with a $2 bill.
All right, thanks for that, Ray. I see what you say. I'll have to keep that in mind.
And not to steer anybody away from the stream, but I am going to go ahead and pop in a link to the Warm Oranges Boca Chica song. So if you want to pop in a new window or check it out later on, save it, copy it, paste it. Pretty cool song.
Oh yeah, anything so you don't have to sing it. I see.
Also, make sure you like and subscribe their channel, man. Give them some love out there. Make sure you tell them LabPadre sent you.
Yeah, those guys were sure a lot of fun. I know they were there last year. How many times have they played ProFest?
That was their second time with us. The last two times we had a live DJ.
Yeah, I have a feeling those guys are going to be a Crowfest staple. Everyone liked them. All right, seems like we're at another pause spot here, just as it's getting ready to touch down on the booster. I know other times they've kind of shifted around and get it situated, but it seems to be pausing a little more than previous times. I wouldn't have any doubts that it's probably due to the high winds, higher than normal winds than we have here. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening. Hey there, Jimmy Z. Thanks for joining the stream. You know, we're getting too old to be taking those 18-hour road trips. We got to break that up, buddy. Yeah, I see a little bit of wiggling in our camera view here. Unfortunately, we have the dish that we send the signal back to get the feed onto the internet on the same pole as the camera. So that dish is catching a little bit more wind today than normal, and that's causing a little bit of shake. So especially as he's zoomed in, you kind of see it a little bit more. When he's zoomed out, it's not as noticeable. Some people might have seen what they thought was something flapping, and that may be just some distortion from this little bit of wiggle that we have. So not quite sure. We'll take a better look here in a little while.
And there you go. It looks like there's the kiss we've all been waiting for this morning, this afternoon. I guess the next order of business is to see if the ship quick disconnect opens up and connects as well.
Yeah, just waiting to see what's going to go on with this ship 2D arm, see if it swings in and actually mates up or if it has any issues like it seemed to have the last time. So it's something we'll keep a good eye out for. And as much as I like this location, just to be center on with the tower and booster as it lifts up, yeah, this time of day is not my most favorite, as we're in the shadow side. So yeah, just bear with us on that, and here shortly maybe we'll see that ship QD arm moving in there. Yeah, now that we see the ship looking like it's comfortably settled on top of the booster, just want to take note that the winds have died down fairly a good amount. I'm not sure if you're able to tell that from the stream, not quite seeing as much wiggle on the camera, and it just seems sitting here in my truck, I'm not feeling the truck move around quite as much, and as much dust flying around in the area. So that's good to see that they was able to get this up during probably the most windy part of the day. Not something we got to speculate on, if the winds are too high now. Anyway, they can definitely get it up there and get it stacked in some fairly significant winds. All right, we've reached over 1,000 votes on our poll about will we see another Booster 9 static fire ahead of integrated flight test 2, and we're sitting at 59% saying no and 41 saying yes. So almost an even split, but a little more favorable to the no side. Now that we've got a full stack in place, hopefully we might see be able to see which one of those is more true or not here really shortly. All right, folks, just to let you know, I'm still here hanging out with you, just watching what's going on elsewhere out here at the launch pad. Now that we've got the ship up on the booster, still doesn't seem to be any movement on that ship 2D arm. Looks like just like earlier today, they wasn't getting in any hurry to do the lift. They're not in much hurry to get this ship 2D arm swung in and connected up, but we'll keep an eye out. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of activity elsewhere going on either. A few deliveries throughout the day, just off and on at the orbital tank farm. Got a tanker truck there making a nitrogen delivery, but haven't seen much else going on the inside of the pad. But from this angle, can't really see on the inside of any activity. But as far as traffic coming in and out, seems fairly slow today. All right, folks. Yep, still hanging out here with you. Not seeing any movement or activity up on the ship duty arm. Gonna hang out for about another 10 minutes, see if we see it swing in and attempt to link up. But more than likely, here in about another 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and close this stream down. And just want to say thanks for everyone that's joined us throughout the day. The 418 people that we still got on the stream, thank you very much. It's all super appreciated. It goes a long way to help YouTube know that this is a stream that people appreciate and like, and hopefully that leads them to recommend it to other people. We'll get more people involved and more people on the LabPadre team that way. So appreciate it. All the people that's given super chats and donations throughout the day, always appreciated. We did make our donation goal and gave out a piece of Starship tile earlier. Congratulations to, I think it was Andre Ionescu, if I pronounced that right. So join us again next time we go live. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and notify button. You will be notified next time we go live. So hopefully we'll have some more cool activity to bring to you, just like we did today. Set up earlier, much earlier than the lift happened, just on the off chance that it did. Was able to catch the full thing this time. So feeling really good about that, and feeling really good about the amount of support we had all throughout the day. So thanks a lot for that. I'll be back in about another 10 minutes to do my final sign off. So just letting you know, unless something happens here, we'll be signing off shortly. So thanks everybody.
321. All right, guys. Looks like we are going to be shutting this down. Battery juice is down to 0. Once again, appreciate Chief out there and everyone with their donations and support today. Thanks for hanging out with us. Chief got some great shots with us. Appreciate you being out there, man.
All right, good deal. I'm happy to be here. Always good time to be a part of the team and be able to bring these kind of views to everyone. So, yeah, super appreciative of everyone for all the support.
All right, guys. Well, until next live stream out here on the side of the road, we'll see you next time. LabPadre's out.
Yep, everybody. Till the next time I see you. Hopefully tomorrow, next day. This is Chief with LabPadre. Chief out.